Hey, Carol, me okay?
Yes, I can. Hi, Paul.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good.
Uh-oh, you're frozen.
I failed to realize that we were driving through Great Smoky Mountains National Park today, which is an amazing cover. So hopefully, I can maintain online with my satellite communication. But if not, I may have little quirks. So
Okay,
just an
and
FYI.
um, would it help if you were not on, if your video was off? I don't know. I know
No, it's
nothing. So,
either yeah.
okay, so you're not there.
So, Carolyn, if we have issues
Yes.
like that, I'm completely fine stepping in and leading no problem.
Thank you.
And if I need to stay a little bit past 11, that's fine as well.
Okay. Thank you so much. So, we'll be doing coalition business right after Olivia's presentation.
Can you guys hear me now? This is Olivia. Can you hear me? Oh, wait, now I can't hear you.
Olivia, I can hear you.
Yes.
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 Yeah,
Okay,
you
good.
may need to speak up a little, but I can
Well,
hear
I'm
you.
trying. I had a mic set up, but then I didn't. Let me try this mic one more time. Oh, hold on a second. Can you hear me at all with this?
Yes, that's great.
Okay, amazing. Good. Okay.
All right. We'll give it a couple more minutes. I do want to be respectful of everyone's time. And if everyone could mute themselves, please. All right. All right, I think we're going to go ahead and get started. And I'd like to thank you all for joining us today. I'm Carolyn Moore, Suicide Prevention Coordinator for the New Mexico Department of Health. Welcome to the New Mexico Coalition for Suicide Prevention, for the New Mexico Coalition for Suicide Prevention and Awareness. This is our quarterly meeting. Today is Friday, April 24th, 2026. And I appreciate all of you for joining us today and for your dedication to preventing suicide all across New Mexico. And I'd like to take a moment to thank our scribe, Felicia Tushman, who is broadening her horizons and leaving DOH on Wednesday. Very unfortunate for us. And she's going to Rhode Island, which seems very far away to me. So thank you very much, Felicia. And also thanks to our chair and co-chair elect, our chair elect Paul Bierce and Kate Reeves, and for your unwavering support and dedication to the coalition and for working with our work group facilitators. I'd also like to thank our presenter, Olivia Mead. She's the CEO of Yoga for First Responders. So really quickly, I've got a few housekeeping items. The meeting today is being recorded and you can view this on the nmcspa.org website and on YouTube at nmhealth.org. We are always looking for new members and better ways to reduce suicide in New Mexico. We can only do this with all of your help, so please spread the word about the coalition. Thank you. Our quarterly meeting dates are on the fourth Friday of the month, quarterly, and I hope to see you back here on Friday, July 24th, 2026, when our presenter that day will be Mary Van Hoot, and she is a survivor of suicide loss. With that, I would like to invite Paul to remind us about self-care. And then the floor is yours, Paul, and possibly Kate. Thank you. Paul, can you hear us?
I can. I'm in and out of satellite signal. I apologize for that. But yes, I am here and coming to you from the Great Smoky Mountains National Park in Tennessee, which is incredibly beautiful. And so the satellite signal is a little bit. If I think Kate may be better if she wants to step.
Absolutely, no problem. All right, well, welcome everybody. My name is Kate Reeves. I am the current chair-elect, and we welcome all of you to today's coalition meeting. Thank you all for joining, and thank you for your dedication to this. As just a reminder and our trauma-informed reminder, some of the topics that we talk about during this meeting can be heavy. And so we encourage all of you, should you need to step away, stand up, go do what you need to do so that that you maintain your own well-being when we talk about heavy topics during this meeting. All right, that is very encouraged. So with that, I can hand it over to our first presentation, Olivia Mead, Building Resilient Communities. So thank you so much for being here, and we'll go ahead and hand the floor over to you, Olivia.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm going to share my screen, if that is all right. Let's see. Are you guys able to see that? Okay, excellent. Let me put this right here. Okay. One moment. There we go. Okay, so thank you guys so much for having me. I'm really happy to be here. Thank you, Paul, for inviting me today. And I am here talking to you today because of the results of 3 research studies. And they point to something profoundly hopeful, that there is an antidote to the accumulation of traumatic stress, and that there is training that can serve as a preventative intervention against post-traumatic stress injury. And perhaps even most remarkable is that these studies suggest that stress and adversity, when processed skillfully, can actually become the pathway to resilience. And so for the population that I personally work with, first responders, that translates into stronger recruitment and retention, greater longevity and sustainability in the profession, and improved performance when under pressure, which they're under a lot. But these outcomes actually point to something even larger, because we know that there is a strong association between post-traumatic stress and suicide risk. And research has shown that those living with post-traumatic stress are significantly more likely to experience suicidal ideation, attempts, and death by suicide. So if we can proactively reduce the risk of traumatic stress injury, then perhaps we also have a meaningful tool for suicide prevention. So this is a real profound shift to move upstream. And so I want to outline these findings of these studies for you today and the intervention behind them. But first, I want to tell you about an experience I had recently, and I just threw this into this presentation because this literally just happened a few days ago. Recently, I had the privilege of attending an initial information session for a local fire department that is going through its recruitment process. And something struck me, and that was that there was a tremendous emphasis placed on the physical test. Every step was explained in detail. This is what you're going to need to do. This is how you're going to need to do it. And all the candidates were also primarily focused on the physical strength, endurance, and performance that they'd be tested on. And they should be, because fire service is physically demanding work. But there was only a brief mention, almost in passing, about the psychological demands of the job, the hard calls, the cumulative stress, what repeated exposure to trauma can do to a human being's system. And there was very little pause that allowed the candidates to fully take in that reality. And I remember thinking, gosh, we spend an enormous time preparing people for the physical demands of this profession, but far less time preparing them for the physiological and psychological demands of it. And yet, it's the physical test. The physical test is not where we're losing people long term. It is not what is driving stress injuries, burnout, post-traumatic stress, depression, and too often high rates of suicide. So this brings me back actually to a question that I've been asking first responders, the first responders I teach, for years. And I've asked the same question to police officers, dispatchers, SWAT operators, training chiefs, and recruits. And almost every time the answer reveals the same gap. I ask them, and you can actually maybe ask yourself this, or the populations that you are working with, what percentage of your job is mental? Imagine what percentage of your job requires mental grit? And then I ask people, okay, now what percentage of your formal training was dedicated to that aspect of the job? And here are the results I get every time. Across all the disciplines, fire, law enforcement, dispatch, special operations, the answer is remarkably consistent. Everyone said at least 90% or more of their job was mental, not physical. And then I ask a second question, of how much preparation do you get? And the answer is always if 10% or less, if not zero. So think about that ratio. If 90% of the job is mental and perhaps less than 10% or less of the formal training process prepares people for that reality, doesn't that seem like something is profoundly out of alignment? And to me, this reveals a glaring educational gap. And this gap starts all the way back at recruitment, at that fire department info session where the candidates were meticulously prepared for the physical test, but not told about that the job is largely mental and emotional and nervous system dependent. So when they then are subjected to the stress-based injuries, It's not a character flaw, it's a training gap. There's a missing skill set, you guys, in public safety training. And that is the ability to proactively process stress before it accumulates into an injury, build resilience deliberately rather than hoping it appears, and to enhance performance by training the mind and nervous system the same way and with the same emphasis that we train the body. So process stress, build resilience, and enhance performance. Those are skills. And that triad became the foundation of the intervention that I'm about to show you with these research studies. Because now that we've recognized the gap, okay, we see that there's this whole missing skill set leading to these high rates of stress-based health issues. What we have to find the training to fill that gap. And that's exactly what the mission of Yoga for First Responders is. And that's the training organization and protocol that I founded and created. And its intention is to provide evidence-based, job-specific, and culturally informed training to process stress, build resilience, and enhance performance. And I want you to notice what I did not say. It's called Yoga for First Responders, but I didn't say our mission is teaching people to become more flexible. And I didn't say it's about learning how to relax, zone out, or zen out. And because often this is where the misunderstanding begins. And honestly, that may surprise some people when they hear the word yoga, right? So let me ask you, you can just think to yourself, but when you hear the word yoga, what comes to mind? And more importantly, who comes to mind? Who do you think of when you think of someone doing yoga? What do they look like and what are they doing it for? I ask this to the people I teach, and the answers I get are, it's for stretching. I think of Lululemon. I think of incense. I think of rich soccer moms. And this is very common, and it actually comes from how yoga is marketed in our Western culture. So this is just a Google search, a Google image search of the word yoga. And so honestly, it's no wonder people misunderstand it, because if this is what someone thinks yoga is, and they don't look like this, and they can't do these shapes, why would anyone believe yoga is for them, much less beneficial to their profession, such as public safety? But in actuality, yoga goes biologically deeper than just flexibility or relaxation. In fact, yoga does not primarily train flexibility, and that may be surprising. But if flexibility came from pushing and pulling the muscles alone, all the stretching that people try to do, the sit and reach at the gym, would make this dramatic change, but it often doesn't. Because the issue of immobility is not muscular. It actually comes from fascia, the connective tissue. And that's how and where stress is held in the body. So when stress accumulates, tissues then become guarded, rigid, and more injury prone, like physical injury prone. And so what yoga trains is not contortion. It trains how to process the stress through the physical tissues and the nervous system. And that produces functional mobility as a byproduct, and that does hold value. But what's more interesting is flexibility is not even described or mentioned as a goal in the ancient texts of yoga. And neither, for that matter, is relaxation. I don't teach people another way to relax. People already have ways they like to decompress. And what they often have not been taught, though, is actually how to regulate. And those are different. Relaxation is temporary. Regulating the nervous system is a skill. So here's the difference. Relaxation and relaxation coping mechanisms that are often suggested, getting a massage, a weighted blanket, right? All of those things, they're temporary. And yeah, it may reduce tension, create tranquility, help someone recover. But relaxation is often about turning the system down, just stepping away from the stress temporarily, coping with the stress. And in high stakes professions, that is not enough. And also, none of these relaxation things you can do while being functional at work. And also, they're all reliant on something or someone else, the therapist, the massage gun, whatever it is. It's your own system. And you're being asked by something else, an outside entity
hello?
to.
Hi, Miss Joni, are you busy?
I'm just doing dishes.
Hello. Okay, are we back? Okay. But we cannot do that, and we can't be functional and have that available to us, okay? The job in public safety and in many of our professions does not happen in a calm room. It happens under pressure. So that's where regulation is different. Regulation is the ability to keep the system on, but under control, to work with high stress rather than being collapsed under it, to be in activation when needed and stay in control of your system, and then know how and when to recover afterward, and process stress so it does not accumulate into injury. That's not coping. That's a skill. And we are not trying to teach another relaxation technique. We are teaching self-directed training that can change physiology through repetition. So if yoga is not fundamentally about flexibility and it's not about relaxation, then what is yoga for? The original intention of yoga is to train mastery over the mind and optimal functioning of the entire psychophysiological system. In other words, the mind, body, and nervous system working together at their highest level. So what does it actually mean to have mastery over your mind and optimal functioning of your whole system? It means that you have the ability to proactively process stress in a way that leads to growth rather than depletion, and the ability to build resilience mentally and physically toward inevitable incoming stress. So what does that mean? When you have that ability to process stress and build resilience, it means that you are creating proactive preparedness for the demands of the job, leading to long-term sustainability for the profession that you're in. The ability not just to endure a high-stress career. And when yoga is practiced through this lens, so not as exercise for flexibility, but as a serious training system to process stress, build resilience, and enhance performance, what's the evidence-based results? What are the measurable outcomes? And you can read this list, okay? And what this list is showing: the ability to self-regulate, enhance self-awareness and situational awareness, better verbal expression and problem solving, more accurate gut responses, increased emotional adaptability. What this is showing is that neuroplasticity is possible. The brain and the nervous system are not fixed. Stress patterns can condition the brain and nervous system, but they can also be retrained if we know how. Responses can be retrained, and capacity, our window of tolerance, can grow. It's training that can alter the outcome. So I mentioned neuroplasticity. I'm sure you've heard this before, but let's just define it real quickly. Neuroplasticity is the brain's ability to change its structure, its function, its patterns through repetition and training and experience. So in other words, the system can be shaped. And that includes training the nervous system to return to regulation each time it's dysregulated. But the effects do not stop just at the brain, because practices like yoga and breath regulation can also influence physiological performance, what researchers often refer to as coherence. So let me define that for you. Using HeartMath's definition of psychophysiological coherence, it refers to a greater synchronization between our mental, emotional, and physiological systems are all working together. And one way that we measure one's level of coherence is through heart rhythm patterns. So generally speaking, smoother, more balanced heart rhythm patterns are associated with a coherent state. And what is interesting about being incoherent is that when systems are working in sync and we see these heart rhythm patterns that are balanced, then we are, less energy is wasted in managing internal chaos, and more capacity is available, leading to increased composure, energy, clearer thinking, and better decision making. So in a profession where judgment under pressure can have life or death consequences, I would argue that training to improve coherence should be mandatory. It's not a luxury, it's performance readiness. So I'm going to show you a chart of an example of how coherence can be measured through these heart rhythm patterns. So heart rhythm is a combination of heart rate and heart rate variability, the changing intervals between the heartbeats. And these patterns can give us a measurement of coherence. So what we want is we want more variability between heartbeats, and that shows that the system's kind of working like pistons, like this, right? It's not stuck in an on or off mode. So this top chart shows jagged erratic patterns, and this is an example of incoherence, not being in a state of coherence. And under states like this, higher cognitive functioning can be compromised. Clear thinking narrows, memory and learning suffers, reasoning degrades, decision-making can become more impulsive or reactive. So this explains why human beings do not always perform at their best under stress. The heart and nervous system are not separate from cognition. They're moving, they're working together, they influence each other. So then we compare that to the second chart below. You see those the smooth, ordered, rhythmic lines that reflects coherence. And as a reminder, a coherent state, when one is in the state of this blue box, it's associated with increased composure under stress, more available energy, clearer thinking, emotional regulation, and stronger cognitive functions like attention, perception, memory, and problem solving. Doesn't that sound valuable to someone in public safety and just in life in general? So now I want to show you a biofeedback chart that was collected during one of our trainings with Yoga for First Responders, one of our instructor schools. So this is from our biofeedback machine. So this graph shows a police officer. It was his first time. It was day one at Yoga for First Responders instructor school. So this first phase, when the graph starts there, all I did was ask him to sit in front of his peers and sing the national anthem. And that invoked stress. Not life or death. Like, he knows it's not life or death, but his system doesn't. And as a result, his heart rhythm patterns immediately went uneven, rough, and out of sync, an example of incoherence. Then I started to give him and asked him to apply and led him through 2 techniques from our protocol, our training protocol, specifically tactical breath work and cognitive reframing. Where you see that little blue dotted line, that marks the moment he intentionally has shifted himself into a coherent state, not by changing the environment, not by removing the stressor, but by changing, like pushing buttons and levers in his nervous system and his internal response to that stress. That's the point. Coherence was not something that happened to him, was put on him. It was something he generated because he had the techniques to do so. So then the question becomes, what might this look like out in the field? Now, first of all, what I do want to mention too is this whole chart of when he sat down to when he got up, 7 minutes. And this was me coaching him through it. Imagine if he had that skill in his pocket because he'd been training for it for so long. So this is what that would look like. This is a police officer in Arkansas who said, I have to say YFFR is amazing. I was involved in an extended standoff Wednesday night through Thursday morning, and the 3-part breath work and modifying sun breath for tactical vest worked amazing. So what this shows are real-time results of consistent training in this work. So how do we create these kinds of same outcomes for our people, our groups? How do we move from talking about resilience and just talking about its importance to implementing an actual training? So that brings me to the first of the 3 studies I'm going to show you. This one says, led by researchers at the Black Dog Institute and University of New South Wales, Sydney, the randomized controlled trial considered the effects of a 4-hour mental health training program delivered to managers from Fire Rescue New South Wales. In addition to large reductions in work-related sickness absence, the training was also associated with a return on investment of $9.98 for each dollar spent on training. So when they say managers here in Australia, that corresponds to what we would call command staff or leadership, chiefs, captains. So why this study matters, it was among the first to show that training leaders in mental health supportive response could directly improve occupational outcomes for their personnel from the top down. So training the people who lead others change outcomes for the people they lead. And notably, it was also among the first to assign an economic value to that kind of training, because sometimes that's the lens that's their job, is to work through the numbers. So in other words, it's not just, compassionate leadership, it's shown to have measurable human and organizational benefit. And this is just basic mental health training for leaders that can change both confidence and behavior among their staff. So this tells us prevention is not just teaching the individual, but it's making it into the culture, just like all other training that they're given. So that's a huge insight that is a foundational development of yoga for first responders, is not only, hey, here's one little thing that you can do, I hope you go do it, but let's do an institutional resilience change. So that initial study led the Black Dog Institute to send a research scientist all the way to the United States to observe yoga for first responders training. And that led to the pilot study of the first research study for our specific protocol for YFFR. And it was a pilot study. And this pilot study was intended to ask the question, is this training even feasible and acceptable for first responders? Will they use it? Will it resonate culturally? Will it even work with this population? And that mattered. But then they had to ask more important questions like, can this training produce meaningful effects? Can it reduce symptoms associated with post-traumatic stress? Can it influence known risk factors? And, can it improve work productivity? The pilot study was structured. So it was a 6-week online, this was all done online program. They moved through 6 weekly modules that included a video lecture lesson, assigned reading, breakdown of techniques, quizzes to reinforce retention. And it was not just passive inspirational or motivational suggestions or anecdotes. It was education and skill acquisition. And then throughout the week until the next lesson, participants practice their training using the YFR training app with daily training designed to build repetition and establish a new habit through that repeated practice. So here were the results. The results were published, which showed evidence that this was not only well received, but it produced measurable change in symptoms and risk factors and capacity beyond participants saying, oh, I felt better, but there were observable effects. And importantly, these findings suggest that proactive mind-body training may not simply support well-being, but may function as a protective intervention. So to quote the study, it literally said participants reported significantly higher stress-enhancing mindset compared to baseline. And that matters because a stress-enhancing mindset does not mean pretending, stress is pleasant. It means viewing stress as something that can be worked with, something that can be mobilized toward growth and performance, rather interpreted only as harm. So this kind of mindset has been associated in research with different physiological responses to stress, including changes involving neurosteroids like DHEA, which have been linked to more adaptive stress responses and in some studies, post-traumatic growth, meaning the way you think about stress actually improves your resilience, and a traumatic event can actually make you more resilient. So this suggests the goal is not simply reducing distress, but transforming our relationship to it. So in conclusion, it said these findings suggest that a mind-body tactical resilience training program delivered in a web-based format is feasible and acceptable among first responders. However, further refinements may be required to improve adherence rates. Further research using a larger, more rigorous trial design is warranted to examine the effectiveness of this type of training as a possible prevention or treatment strategy for this population. So guess what? They did it. A more rigorous research study was then funded on our training protocol, and that is the third study I'm going to tell you about. Now, the following 2 years later, we put into place a 16-class program that included a 1-year membership to our training app so they could continue their training. We used 4 fire and rescue departments and 1 law enforcement department. And this was the preliminary summary of the results. So the intervention group, those who received the yoga, had a significant drop in post-traumatic stress symptoms compared to the control group, the ones who did not receive the yoga. And that was during the program. Yet the symptoms began to creep up again 3 months after the program ended, except those who continued to practice all 3 elements of the yoga practice, the breath work, the physical practice, and the meditative mindfulness practice, at least once per week with our training app, had the most significant and consistent decrease in post-traumatic stress symptoms even 3 months after the completion of the program. But perhaps the most important data is when the groups were divided into individuals that had diagnosable symptomology of post-traumatic stress. And let me remind you, these are all active duty first responders out there on the streets. And those who had the first indications of the symptoms of post-traumatic stress that could be diagnosed in the future. The group that showed the early signs had the most significant decrease in symptoms that withheld after 3 months, which indicates that this training protocol is an evidence-based training for the prevention of post-traumatic stress. And that led to the actual study, which I'm going to quote for you now. Results. At post-intervention, the intervention group had significantly reduced PTSD symptoms compared to the control group. The intervention group had significant improvements in cognitive reappraisal and resilience at post-intervention compared to the control group, which were sustained at 3 months. Conclusions. This workplace-delivered intervention shows potential in preventing the development of post-traumatic stress in first responders. This is the first study to provide evidence for a tactical mind-body resilience training program in reducing symptoms of PTSD in the short term, as well as for improving adaptive strategies in active duty first responders. Sustained improvements in PTSD symptoms for individuals with sub-threshold PTSD, that's the before they get diagnosed, show further potential for this training as a preventative intervention in reducing the future risk of PTSD among first responders. We did it. That's it. We found it. The bottom line is yoga, and Yoga for First Responders training protocol is a proven tool for post-traumatic stress prevention, regardless of in-person or online. So after I share this research study with chiefs, command staff, and other stakeholders, I often challenge them with the question, what are you going to do with this information now that you know it? Because once you see this training gap that I've mentioned, and once you see the protective capacity that we can build, once you see suicide prevention may include this upstream nervous system training, you can't unknow it. And with that awareness comes responsibility. Now, I don't believe this group that I'm speaking to right now needs to be convinced to act. That's why, rather than leave you only with this theory and this research and say goodbye and good luck, I actually want to make sure I leave you with actionable tools you can use immediately and you can share through your own networks. Now, I know that many of you are coming from lenses beyond public safety, and I'm guessing you might already be seeing and noticing the application of all of what I'm saying to the populations that you serve. Because this is not only a first responder issue. Consider collegiate athletes where suicide rates have risen sharply, and performance pressure, burnout, depression, and anxiety are increasingly common. or executives and organizational leaders where chronic stress, isolation, and strain of responsibility takes a toll. Healthcare workers, physicians, nurses, support staff have elevated suicide risk while caring for everyone else. Native American populations, LGBTQ, educators, all different populations have different stressors, but they have a common question. And how do we help people process stress, build resilience, and sustain performance before that depletion becomes injury? And because that question extends beyond public safety, we have actually recently launched an umbrella company called Arient. It's a parent company built to bring this same research-backed protocol to other high stress, high stakes populations who could benefit from the work. So YFFR is not going anywhere. It's our flagship, it's our foundation, it's the blueprint from which everything else grows. But what Arient allows us to do is to take what we have proven works and make it accessible to more people in more environments with broader applications in resilience, performance, and human optimization. So rather than remaining in one lane, we now have a structure for expansion. And I want you to keep that in mind because I'm going to introduce you to tools that you can start using immediately. Because they may apply to the exact population or maybe the exact person that you've been thinking about throughout my whole presentation. So feel free to share that with them. The other reason this is important is I wanted to mention that at the beginning when I was introduced, and rightly so, everyone, you mentioned that there's heavy topics when you guys meet and to go up, and you said the phrase, do what you need to do, which is fair. But also a lot of people don't know what that is. They don't know what they need to do. They've never been taught or told. So if you were told, here's an exact breath work for these reasons, here's the exact buttons and levers you push on your system. You're feeling anxious, you're feeling overwhelmed, you can't feel like you can't breathe, do X, Y, and Z. And if you have that field guide, then you can step away and do what you have to do and what you need to do because you know you have the tools to do it. So here's where it is. So this is something practical. This is my newest ebook, ebook resource book that includes linked training videos. There's a QR code. I can send along the actual link that this goes to if you don't have anything to hold it up with. Like if you're using your phone, I'll send that link to everyone. So, and inside it is meant to be in PDF form because it does have links to training videos. So it also includes a schedule for maintaining your resilience training, because we can't just have these things live as concepts that we kind of revisit and we, suggest. It has to become practice and become a habit, just like brushing your teeth. We don't protect health through occasional intensity, but through repeated maintenance. So that's true for resilience as well. Small, consistent nervous system training done daily can create profound cumulative effects over time. So that's what this resource is designed to support. So take it, share it, use it with your teams. Like I said, you can scan that QR code and it'll come right up, or I can send out the link so you can access it. The next thing, if you'd like to go even deeper, is our online platform. So this includes access to the full 6-week training pilot study that I mentioned. YFR University is our online learning platform and training app, and it was built to make this training accessible, repeatable, and sustainable. So not just a one-time intervention, but ongoing practice. And so this is the pathway. If you not only want to learn about resilience, but actually start to train it personally, and that's the best way to offer something to others is leading through example and doing it yourself. So it includes full courses, like I mentioned, and accredited in-service training, the same one we deliver in person, the 6-week training model pilot study that yield the post-traumatic growth outcomes. We are currently filming the 16-class research-backed training. So the second research study protocol. It has a course for family and spouses, for grief support, resources for dispatchers, and so much more. We're expanding, like I said, with Arient to even have support for those going through infertility, for educators, and more. It includes a robust on-demand library where training can be filtered by time, by focus, by profession, format, and we do live streaming classes twice a week. So the tools for preventing post-traumatic stress, cultivating growth, grit, resilience, that educational gap, this is it. This fills it. It's right at anyone's fingertips whenever they want it. And one thing I do want to mention that is, a deterrent often and is a hurdle is budget, right? Because cost and approval pathways, especially in government agencies, are real barriers to prevention. And we understand that, especially with recurring subscriptions, whether it's personal or organizational, though it can be difficult to sustain. Maybe you have the budget for something one year and not the next year. So I get the feedback a lot that many leaders are hesitant to adopt something that depends on ongoing budget uncertainty. So we made a deliberate decision to remove that barrier. And we did away with the subscription model. So instead, it's a lifetime access you can get to YFR University. So just a one-time cost, no renewals, permanent access to this training. And one can access it as an individual. So you do not need to wait for your agency to approve it at large. You can take your resilience into your own hands. And we're doing something kind of radical and giving lifetime access for a one payment of $100 through the end of June. So if you just want to grab this yourself, $100 at cost, and it's a code FIRST100, which I put there. So if you want to make this your little digital battle buddy, $100 for life, and that includes all the updates, all the new stuff. You never have to pay anything after that again. Regular price is $497 for that lifetime access, which will return after June. So if that resonates with you, I will also send along the link. It is just university.yogaforfirstresponders.org, but I can send that link. But and that's for you, as an individual, you can just do your own training. But if you're thinking bigger, if you belong to an agency or a network and you want this for everyone, we also work with budgets for that too. So you would use the same link, you would request a quote, we'll work individually. What is the budget that you've been giving this year, if anything, for this kind of training? And we make sure it fits into that budget. And when I say for life, I mean it for life. New members of your agency get onboarded. Members keep it into retirement. Everyone receives updated content as it grows. So it's truly a one-time cost. I am not in the business of trying to fight with budgets. So if you have funding, grants, whatever for this now, you can use it, and this will be a long-term investment. We've worked very hard to remove every barrier so we can get this training into the hands of the people who need it most. So I want to finish with this. I want us to all imagine something, a world where firefighters are not only required to pass a physical test in 6.5 minutes to become a firefighter, to get into the academy, but also an autonomic fitness test, a test of whether they have trained enough control over their nervous system to bring brain and body back towards coherence in under 3 minutes, because that's trainable and possible. And it doesn't have to be limited to just first responders going through this kind of training and testing and qualifying to do the job that they need to do, because life is hard and we should all be trained for that. So the answer is here. We have the answer. It doesn't need to be invented. We just simply need to take advantage of it. And I hope after hearing all of this that you do. So thank you so much for having me. I hope that was valuable, and I will send along the links so that you guys can start accessing this training for yourself right away and pass it along to anyone in your networks.
Olivia, thank you so much.
Thank you. I saw a question come in. and I think it was for me. Maybe not. Do we have any that have signed up for, is that for me? Do we have anyone that have signed up for New Mexico?
Felicia.
Sorry, I had a separate question, but I don't know if Joanne had that
Yes,
question.
that was for you, Olivia.
Oh, do we have any agencies who have signed up for it in New Mexico?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't think an agency proper is signed up in New Mexico, but I can give you a list of agencies around the country who have. And I'm actually working on it. I'm working with AFR to try to get it into their budget. So yeah, we're working on it, but we have other agencies in other states who have signed up for it. Tina, I believe part of the we're going to have included promoting into. They can expand. Okay. Anything else that's come up that I can answer?
One person asked for your contact information. If you would mind
Yes.
sharing that in the
No,
I'm
going to put it in. Yeah, I'll put it in the chat right now.
Thanks.
Because I know everyone also has very, specific lenses they're looking through and specific considerations. And that's why, yeah, conversation's really good to have. So I'm putting my email and my phone number, and I'm also going to put, this is the link to our platform. And then I can also put the link to that ebook too. So it's all in one place for you guys. But yeah, if you have anything, specific that for your specific situation, definitely please send me a message and we can work it out. Because like I said, our goal, this is available, guys. All our goal is to make sure that it gets to the people who need it. And another thing that I make sure to do as well is if, let's say someone comes, and that's something I actually should mention too, the live streaming classes, since I live in Albuquerque, they're happening live at my offices. So you can come in person, even though we stream them around the country, you guys can come in person. And whenever I have a new person come in, sorry, I'm copying the link here. We always go through like what we're doing, how we're doing it, why we're here. I never just have someone start on a yoga mat and start moving. We always go through, what are we doing? We go through the breath work, we break things down. A huge hurdle is people feeling that they don't want to look stupid, and they're afraid of going on a yoga mat and looking dumb. And we take great care to not let that happen. And everyone feels very, we come from a trauma-informed lens, so everyone feels in control of their space and what they're doing and what to wear and all of that. So know that if it's your first time coming, we will keep you well prepared. Oh, hi, Dylan. Good to see you. And was that a question, Felicia? I saw your hand up.
Yes. So I come from a background in doing mindfulness research and mindfulness practice, specifically related to like using mindfulness to treat substance use disorders. And anyways, before we do that, we always like to ground our trainings in understanding like where mindfulness really comes from. And so I was curious, because I know in your presentation you had mentioned that there's this misconception that mindfulness is like all about these like rich white yoga moms or whatever. But I was wondering if you even briefly go into where like yoga and mindfulness actually come from, and if not, what you think might be lost by not doing that.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. In fact, we go into it the most in our instructor school. So, and our instructor school is an 80-hour intensive. The first part's online where we go through, the origins, and that it actually did come from the warrior class way 5,000 years ago. And then in the in-person, we have two classes called the Eastern and Western Science of Yoga, and we show the origins of both and how Eastern wisdom and Western science are basically saying the same thing. So yeah, we definitely go into them. And I think the importance of that is to show the original intention of it, and how through this game of telephone and branding, yoga is $1 billion business, and it's bringing in money. The yoga pants are bringing in money. They're not going to stop. So educating people on this very rich history, and also the lineage that it comes from. In instructor school, I like to show pictures of my teacher and his teacher, and now I'm passing this on to you. So the lineage of this ancient wisdom also really corrects that misconception of this is something that's woo woo, or, not real, and so I
Okay.
think that foundation really does support them taking it on and being proud of what they're doing.
So the instructors get that training, but not the people, like the firefighters themselves are
So
not
what
it's not a mandatory part of the training for them to
Well,
be educated.
yeah. So no, it is, but sometimes we're not given a lot of time. So just like how I said before, someone goes to we don't just start on the yoga mat. We have this conversation about what we're doing and why. That's where that comes into practice. Now, sometimes we're only given 30 minutes. Like, okay, you want to come into the fire station? Here's 30 minutes. I take the first 5 to 10 minutes and do sort of this crash course of what we're doing, which includes where it comes from, what it's doing to the nervous system, similarly to what I just told you guys about the original intention of it. So we never just start with the actual techniques. We always start, we call it in our protocol, starting with the why. And for folks, my instructors, this actually just came up in one of my instructor meetings. Let's say you're only given 10 minutes. Often it's like, oh, come in for roll call, 5 minutes for the police department. I don't do any technique. I only talk about what this is, because unless you clear up that misconception, they will never actually take it seriously. So I want to give them enough for them to think like, oh, this is something I want to continue doing, rather than going straight into a technique of breath work or movement or anything like that. So you're absolutely right that it is extremely important. And it's something that our instructors, we give them this whole education so they can boil it down to the nugget that they're able to give in the resources they're given, because we're given such little time. But if they have all the background, then they can really deliver it in a nice little nugget to correct that misconception.
Olivia, we've got a question from Helen and then Xander.
Okay.
I thought that there's a cost associated. Does Medicaid or Medicare or other insurances um, also can they be used to pay for this?
Not at this time. I would like to figure out how. So if anyone has knows how to get that done, that would be wonderful. What we have been able to do is going through cities. They have been able to, like, city benefits of, when you can go to the gym and stuff like that, they often list us under the city benefits. And so you can take advantage of it that way. We did that in Colorado Springs most recently. So no, I would like to figure that out. We also do have a foundation that we work to make sure that bringing in money and funding to make sure that that isn't a barrier for people to access this.
Thank you. And Xander?
Hi, not a question, but I just wanted to say that I was very appreciative that you do bring the roots and the cultural aspects of yoga into the lessons that you're conveying. Too often, as an anthropologist, I feel that that is buried, or that is minimized, or that is simply lied about in order to fit this sort of Western colonial narrative. Because I put an image of Lord Shiva in the chat when you started your presentation. And I think it's important for us to teach the origins and the philosophies that these techniques and these practices came from, because so many people, they look at Lord Shiva and they see, oh, god of destruction, that's bad, or they see that he is trying to detach himself, and they take sort of a negative connotation from the word detachment. But when you look at what these devotees and what these schools of theological thought are actually saying about these manifestations of the divine, Lord Shiva is a god of destruction, but he is a compassionate god of construction. And when you look deeper into what the meaning of detachment is from Sanskrit or Hindi, these languages that are so far removed from English, is that he's not detaching himself to feel nothing. He's detaching himself to truly control himself, a kind of resilience that you're talking about. So when he does have to engage in these destructive actions, he understands why, he understands for whom he is doing it, and reaching that level of emotional control that you're talking about. So thank you for that.
That's 100% it. And the Bhagavad Gita is about war. You know, there are all these, and what we do in that class I mentioned, the Eastern Western Science of Yoga, is I will take a line from the sutras and I will parallel it to what we see in neuroscience, what Western science is catching up to, and the true meaning of it. And I always say that the hardest, what we call, so the culturally informed part, we call the physical aspect of yoga, which people know as asana in Sanskrit, we call it physical drills, because that's the culture that I'm teaching. They'll relate, oh, okay, great. The hardest one is mountain pose, because I'm asking you to not be distracted, to not move and look around, but to actually just be with yourself and your breath. That's the ultimate mastery of your whole system, is to observe how much you want to fidget and how much you want to be distracted, and choose to bring yourself back. So you're absolutely right. And what we're doing is taking all of those concepts and boiling them down into something that is job specific and applicable to them today and in this moment, and for what exactly they do. So it's the same thing that Felicia asked too. It's like, yeah, we take this whole story, boil it down as what's the one sentence that this person's going to take away and think about as they go out into the field. And that's the yoga.
It's great.
Thank you.
Thank you for saying that.
Hey, Olivia, I'm going to step in here real quick. I think I'm out of the trees for a bit, but I just wanted to say thank you for an amazing presentation. Obviously, I have a lot of knowledge about what you guys are doing, and it's incredible. But I wanted to make two quick comments. One was about how you make people feel comfortable on the yoga mat. So even for an old fat guy like me, I can do it, and I do it nearly every day. And there is an incredible benefit mentally, and so it's it is very, very healing. The other thing I want to mention is a comment that, or a statement that your husband makes, Eric, and he says change your attitude, not your clothes. So you don't need to be in yoga pants to do this, which is really it kind of frees you to do it any place, anytime. I've been on a 2-week, going on 3-week camping trip, and I've been doing yoga almost every morning out at the campsite. Just have a mat for my knees, but other than that, I'm not changing my clothes, changing my attitude. So thank you again, Olivia. It was an amazing presentation.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And that's absolutely right. And I always remind people when they say this isn't a yoga body or they have some physical, before physical concern, before I taught first responders, I taught yoga in the VA, and I taught people with no arms and legs. And they were doing yoga, because yoga is mastering of the mind and system. It is not flexibility. And yoga's for everyone. We all have it. We all have this tool. It's like this little hidden manual about yourself that's hidden inside you, and no one's teaching you how to read it or use it. And so that's what we're doing, is saying, hey, here's a manual about yourself and here's how to use it. At the end of the day, we're not going to have our tools. We're not going to have anyone else. The only thing we're going to have with us guaranteed is our breath. And that's the portal to that mastery, is through the breath work.
Wonderful. Olivia, thank you so much again. We've given us a lot to think about, and I will send out these links and your information again after we end our meeting today. So I truly appreciate you joining us. And at this time, and I hope that Paul and Kate will stick around, we're going to take a bio break until 11:10. So please don't leave us. Please come back. And Olivia, I hope we see you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Stay in touch, and I'm here for anything you need. Thanks, guys.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Olivia. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Kate, if you're still on, if you need to hop off, I know you had to hop off at 11. I'm pretty sure, because we're about 5 miles from I-40, so I am pretty sure that I'll be able to handle the meeting if you need to hop off.
Okay,
But
yeah.
yeah.
Because I can stay until about 11:15, 11:20, but if you feel like you're stable enough, then
Unless you wanted to do just a quick history thing, but
sure.
that's up to you. Because I think it's really important. And Carolyn, what we're talking about is kind of stepping away from DOH and becoming more independent. And so Kate has a lot of background on that, so I thought it would be good to get that history.
Sure, I'll stay on and give that at the start,
Okay.
and then I'll just casually jump off.
Yeah, and I think
works.
I'll be here for the rest of the meeting. So
Oh,
I apologize.
excellent.
I was getting snippets, but oh my gosh, I didn't realize that the Smoky Mountains were so green. But it's worth coming if you ever get here.
That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. Good.
Great. Okay, so we'll see you guys back here in about 7 minutes. Thanks.
Perfect. Thanks.
All right, we are back. So, Paul and Kate, I'd like to invite you to talk a little bit about the coalition.
And thank you, Carolyn. I do appreciate it. Over the last few months since the last meeting, we've been working a lot to kind of develop a new vision for the coalition. And I would like to have Kate talk a little bit about kind of the history. Kate has been involved really since the early inception of the coalition, and there was an intention way back then, and we are moving towards that. And so I wanted Kate to kind of talk about that a little bit.
Thanks, Paul. So yeah, going back, I think the initial discussions around the coalition started around late 2016 to early 2017. And what those conversations were, or what those activities were, was bringing a group of community members together and discussing how, as a group, we could move forward initiatives around suicide prevention and awareness. And so we had multiple meetings in person in Santa Fe, which was really nice, where we talked about this and we talked about what the structure would look like and how we would move this forward. Well, out of those meetings came the coalition, right? And the coalition started, I think, late in 2018. I could have my timeline a little off there, but we started with our coalition meetings. And from the start, we had significant support from the Department of Health, which was great, right? And that was very important to the development of the coalition, right? Getting our feet on the ground, building a solid foundation. We met with other coalitions around the country, multiple coalitions, one in Wisconsin, one in California, and one, I believe it was either Minnesota or Michigan. And we discussed how they had built their coalition, what it looked like, how they got to a point where they were standalone. And that was ultimately and always the goal of the coalition, right? Was to get to a point where after DOH raised us, right, if you will, and supported us and gave us all of the contacts and helped us to build this great community that we have in our coalition, was to then hand it off to the coalition so that we could, in a sense, fly on our own, right? That was always the plan. And so that kind of segues into what I think Paul is going to talk about next. But there was a lot of work around this and a lot of discussion. And again, you know, the main thing I want to bring to light is that the coalition was always meant to become standalone, right? That was always the goal. We always wanted to be able to bring in our own funding, fund projects, and carry things forward on our own, right? And so I think that I'll hand it back over to Paul, who will then continue with that. Paul, is there anything else that you had wanted me to mention about that, or?
No, I think that really gives us a good background and foundation for kind of where we're going. And I know that you have to hop off, Kate, and so I don't want to have you do that without me saying just a heartfelt thank you for all of the amazing work that you have done throughout the years that you have been involved. And I know that you're going to still be around, but we are doing some leadership updates as part of this kind of move forward. And just for those who don't know, Kate was the chair-elect a while back with another chair. She became the chair of the coalition, and I became her chair-elect. And then as those tenures ran out, those terms ran out, Kate stepped back into the chair-elect role to help me out because we had a little bit of a void of leadership during that time, and Kate was so gracious and so dedicated to coming back and helping me through the transition. And so what I'm going to talk about next is kind of the leadership update, which is going to take us to that next that next level of the coalition. And Kate's going to step down as the chair elect, because we just felt like it was just going to end up going back and forth with, and volunteer organizations are that way, and it's fine. But Kate has done her duty, and she has done amazing things. And I believe, Kate, during our tenure in the leadership, we have made an incredible difference, and we have come a long way from those early days of the coalition. And so I want to say thank you, and I hope that you stay involved, because you are an incredible resource.
Thank you, and you know what, this coalition has meant something to me for a very, very long time. That's why I stayed, and I will continue on until I can't anymore, if that day ever comes, because it is so meaningful. And coming quarterly, and even the work that we do outside of the quarters, just the dedication that I see in every member of this coalition is why this has become so incredibly important to me in being involved in this. And really, I mean, it's inspiring to come to these meetings and see everyone come, every quarter, and offer, such good, insight and feedback. And just being a part of all of this has been why it's been so incredibly amazing over the years, and why it means so much. So thank you very much. And though I'll be sad to be out of the leadership role, because I do enjoy helping to facilitate these meetings, I will, going forward, try to keep my mouth shut and stay out of it.
Please,
and not take
please
over.
don't. Please don't.
I
You have a
really
lot to
enjoy
offer.
it, but
Yeah.
I will be at all of the meetings going forward, and in any way that I can ever support the new leadership stepping into these, or anything like that, or even just sharing more of the history of what I know about the coalition anywhere in the future. I am always available to do that, because again, this coalition means so much to me, and all of you do, and all of the hard work that everyone's doing, from just our community members, community providers, to our work group leadership and our work group members, to the leadership of this coalition, and to the Department of Health, because we wouldn't be here where we're at today if it wasn't for their support and their structure, and helping us get to where we can fly on our own. So thank you. And I'll jump off, but I'll see you all next quarter. Take care.
One more thing, Kate.
Yeah.
I do want to mention and give you kudos again for helping us write the guiding documents, which I'm going to talk about.
Sure.
I am a former firefighter, and so I write things very government-oriented, rules and regulations, and made them really strict. But Kate took them and made them very friendly. And so I want to thank you for that, because they're very readable and very friendly. So thanks again, Kate.
Good. All right. Thank you. Take care, everybody. Bye.
So with that said, one of the things that we have been working on is our guiding documents. We really never had any kind of documents that helped us with, our day-to-day operations, so to speak, with the coalition, how it's structured, what we should be focusing on. And again, this now becoming more independent, it's become even more important that we use those documents to help guide us to the next level. And so Carolyn sent out the new guiding documents that were very creatively crafted by Kate after my initial attempt. But please read those. That helps us give a framework of what the coalition is supposed to look like, and it's going to include the update for how our slate of officers is going to look. So we're still going to keep on the 2-year cycle. My tenure as chair will come up in October, and taking Kate's place will be Justin Nutt, the chair-elect. I'm sorry. We are proposing that Justin take that role, and then Michaela Harris Tate would be kind of an understudy for the chair-elect position. And then you're going to have to remind me, Emily Puffer. Is that correct? Yeah.
Emily Puffer.
So we have a new position of secretary, which is really taking over a lot of the day-to-day operations that Carolyn has been doing from DOH as a support structure, our mailing list, helping with announcements, and perhaps helping us update the website and such. So what I'm doing is nominating those three for those positions, which two of them will take place right away, and one will take place in October. And I would like to open it up to the floor if there's anybody else that is interested. We have asked that before, and these are the ones that stepped up, and that's the reason why I kind of jumped the gun there. But if there is anybody else that's interested, we can do a vote online for those positions. As I said, taking over for Kate as chair-elect until October, and move into the chair position, and then an understudy for the chair-elect, which would take over in October, and then the secretary position. So with that, if there's anybody that has any thoughts about wanting to step in a role, we can absolutely do that. So please, let us know. Put your hand up, or just let us know in the chat. And while we're waiting, sorry, I was going to say while we're waiting, the idea is, with the guiding documents and becoming more independent, we're going to still be working very, very closely with DOH. They are an amazing resource. Carolyn and Clary have been an incredible help to us, and they're not going anywhere. They're going to be there, but they're not going to be as directly involved. We love the things like having Dylan give us his annual updates, which is always one of the most popular meetings that we have. And so, it's incredibly, my heartfelt thanks to all of you guys for helping us get through, those kind of early days, and kind of the change of personnel up at DOH. You guys have been the stable force for at least a couple years now, and we do appreciate that. So, anybody have anything in the chat, or are we?
No, we do not. So our elect positions may be on the hook.
Well, you know what they say about volunteer organizations. If you're not there, you just get thrown into it. Is Justin, Michaela, and I saw Emily, but I can't see it on my screen. If Justin or Michaela are on line, and Emily, if you'd like to say a few quick words before we proceed to the next level here.
I currently only see Emily. Emily?
Thank you, Paul. Happy to help out any way that I can. I believe very, very passionately in this cause, and would just welcome the opportunity to help provide structure and support the work that everyone is doing. So thank you so much.
So I did see a chat that said, will the work groups remain? Absolutely. The work groups are the foundation for the coalition, and the work that you guys are doing. And I would also suggest, if there's anybody that wants to, we've talked about perhaps doing a construction industries work group. If there's any interest in increasing the number of work groups, this is the time to do that. As we're building and moving forward, it's a great opportunity to add some of those at-risk populations that to do some of the good work. I would like to say that we still do have some funding, and we are still, as Kate had mentioned, we are still continuing to seek funding. We've applied for some of the DOH grant funding that they have, and that funding is out there for those work groups to access and to do something with it. So don't hesitate to reach out to us. Myself, Justin, Michaela, Emily, if there's anything that you want to do, please let us know.
I think Justin is also on. Justin, are you there?
Yeah, I apologize. I forgot I turned off my camera. I took a crisis call. So that's why I kept being on the phone. So I just want to say, I think I have very big shoes, or boots, I guess is a better way of saying it, because I don't know that I've ever seen Paul wear shoes, only boots. So to fill, him and Kate have done amazing things. I don't think it would have lasted near as long if you guys weren't as dedicated as you were. But I think it's also, there's a great foundation, and there's a lot of forward movement. And I know with you not in the chair position, while you won't be leading the coalition, I know you'll still be leading a lot of good fights in the work that we do. I look forward to it. I think it's an amazing coalition and an amazing project. So I look forward to doing whatever I can to make it successful. And along the work group line, I like the idea, like whatever work groups are needed and you're interested in, I'm all for supporting the addition of those work groups, because I think while it's the same topic, it's viewed from a different lens for different organizations, different jobs, different approaches. And so whatever that looks like, I fully support that.
Thank you, Justin, for stepping up. We appreciate it.
Okay, so unless there is anybody that is not in favor of this, we are going to move forward. And like I said, please read those guiding documents on kind of the new direction of the coalition being on the path of being independent. Again, this is the step to do it. This is probably the biggest meeting the most important meeting that we've had in a number of years, and I think it's incredibly important that everybody kind of knows which way we're going with this. So please do read those documents and make sure that you kind of keep in touch with how we're moving. And again, if there's any questions or any ideas about making this coalition better and more effective resource for the state, reach out to us. We're here, and we're open. As you can see, we're open to change. I think that was. You want to do the? Oh, I'll do the work group facilitators. We kind of already did that, but if there's anybody that wants to step up, and I'll let Carolyn say which ones are still open. But if there are any work groups that are open, if you have any interest in helping kind of facilitate those, Justin and I both got our start working with the first responder group. But if there's anything that piques your interest, or you want to make a difference for that target population, this is a good opportunity to step in.
All right. So just starting with our newer group, communication and messaging, Emily will be heading that up. So very much look forward to passing on the torch for newsletters and announcements and the entire database. So thank you, Emily. Do we have anyone from the faith community? Is Jesse on? All right. Miranda for firearm violence prevention. And I'm just going to go down our list here.
I would like to say
ahead.
that Miranda continues to do incredible work. I see her on being interviewed on the news all the time. She is always out there. She's doing a lot of work on her own. So if there's anybody who wants to help Miranda, she is a great resource.
And so, Paul, anything on the first responders, EMT, fire, and law enforcement?
I will give a quick update on some of the things that we're doing, and Justin had just hosted a conference. I'll let him talk about that. But I'm continuing to do awareness and suicide prevention training. I've got several departments that are still on our calendar. I'm operating off of a grant from United Healthcare that has let us do this for the past 3 years, and we've done some amazing work. And so that work still continues and will continue throughout these remaining years that we have of grant money. Sorry about the bumps. But Justin, you want to mention the conference that you had?
And he may be busy. All right, we're going to jump to Wendy for legislative session. Are you on? I didn't see her. All right.
Can I mention? Sorry, Carolyn,
yes,
I'm going to jump in really quick again. And if anybody who knows Wendy knows that they just had a significant loss in their family, and they're going through a very, very difficult time. So please, if you have Wendy's contact information or can reach out to her through the coalition, please do so and send her your support. Let her know that you're thinking of her. Wendy's an amazing resource for the coalition, and I would hope that we could be there for her as well.
Thank you. Justin, you're back.
Hey, Justin, can you give a quick update on your or recap on your conference that you had?
Yeah, sorry, my brain's kind of broke. I've had like 4 crisis calls during this meeting. So we had the first responder conference. It was the end of February. And I would say we had pretty good turnout. It was interesting because we had a lot of people that came from very small departments. And so due to staffing, they weren't necessarily there all 3 days. I mean, we had guys that were local, that were Clovis and Curry County, like Curry County Sheriff and Clovis PD, who literally were there one of the days, and then they had to work that night. And so they were pulling overtime and double shifts to attend the training. But I think it was really good turnout, and a lot of, I don't know how to say this and it not sound weird, but I don't know that I saw anybody that was there not cry at some point. And as weird as that sounds, like, it means that it actually impacted them. Right. And so a lot of those discussions really hit home. And I think it was really good to see a lot of first responders that, because of their smaller departments, don't generally get to connect or go to those kind of trainings, be able to attend them, and also be able to connect with other people who are from similar sized departments that have the same challenges that they have. So I thought it was really enjoyable for me, even though I was running around not knowing what was going on half the time, trying to keep everything in order. But Paul was there. Paul and Jackson gave a couple of really good presentations that were about, well, you would have to tell them. I don't remember. I know one was relaxation and breathing.
Yeah, that was actually based on the stuff that Olivia talked about today. So it was on kind of mindfulness and meditation, but the other one was on moral injury. which is really a fascinating subject. So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that was great. And then we also had some stuff that was like focused more on leadership and culture about how it causes the trauma that can lead to officers taking on all of the traumatic things that they experience and the stress that is the workplace. Because a lot of the first responders I've worked with, the calls are a piece of it, but the leadership and the organizational structure is the part that leads them down that road where they're thinking of ending their lives. So it was really successful. We're working on one that will be the end of September in Las Cruces. I think being in a more populated area that's easier to get to than Clovis is, we should have much better attendance. The really good thing is most of the people who were here in Clovis agreed to also present in Las Cruces. And then I have a meeting with Chief Story from the Las Cruces PD about working with them. He's very, very big on first responders, especially obviously law enforcement, wellness and mental health, and you know, addressing the trauma and crisis that they see to prevent them leaving or burnout, but also obviously the other side of that, which is ending their lives or addiction and the other struggles that are faced a lot of times by first responders. So hopefully that will lead to even bigger and better presentations and connections out of that, because he's getting pretty well known. Like I know people on the East Coast who know who he is, which is kind of neat to hear that a police chief from Las Cruces is something people talk about in Boston and New York. So
Great, thank you, Justin.
yes, ma'am.
Teresa Yazzie and Tony Quintana, are you on for the Native American Indian work group?
Hello, everyone. I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. Um, yeah, I can just give a quick update. Our core planning team met in March, and so we're working on updating our strategic plan. And we're getting close to that. And then we will plan a meeting with the entire work group. We're looking at May or June. We just wanted our strategic plan. We wanted to have an updated plan that's relevant and easy for us to follow as a work group. So that's kind of what we're working on. Anyone who's on the work group already, just stay tuned for email updates. And if you're not on the group and interested, just email me and I can get you added to the group. And then, Jennifer, did you want to add anything to that? Feel free to, but otherwise, I think that's it for us.
Thank you, Tony. Regina, are you on for the schools and youth organizations?
Hi, I'm not Regina, but she had to make another training, so she had to step out at 11. But I am the new co-chair inside of that work group, so I'm gonna provide you all with some updates that we had within that youth work group, suicide prevention. We met a couple weeks ago, and just some updates that we went over. Regina had shared some statistics that she had gotten from some school-based health cares that from this first quarter, 5 students have unfortunately died by suicide. This was all from the school-based health centers. We're waiting on confirmation from the coroners. So that's all just kind of raw data that she had shared with us. 2 of those students were from the Northeast region, the East Mountain schools. I forgot where the other 3 were. It doesn't mention here, but there were 13 suicide attempts as well. And this is all information from the school-based health centers. The adverse event forms that are done by school nurses have been updated and are now digital. So schools can use those digitally. And let's see. The DOH is teaming with PIRE to create this new care to classroom transition toolkit, which creates a bridge after a student is hospitalized on how to begin discharging and transitioning back to school. It's a 2-year implementation phase. We are still looking for a couple more schools. There's going to be 10 total as a pilot program, and they are looking for high schools and the feeder middle school. So if you might have any information on schools that might be interested in this program, I would reach out to Regina on that. We also discussed and we didn't, I think this was kind of towards the end of our meeting, but the SB3 funding, there's a behavioral health workshop that is, I don't know if it's a specific workshop that's supposed to be for each region or there's funding tied to each region. So maybe we can get clarity on that. But there's supposed to be some sort of workshop or funding for each region so we can be involved with that and help get the community involved as well. And of course, let's see. We talked about I'm with Breaking the Silence, the nonprofit. We talked about our youth advisory group. We're still accepting applicants. If you're in or around Albuquerque, 15 to 18-year-old high school students for this next coming up school year. Deadline to apply is May 30th. Yeah, I think that is it. And if you're interested in attending the group or leading the work group with the youth suicide prevention, please let me or Regina know. And I think that's it.
Great, thank you very much. And I'm looking forward to seeing the toolkit. Thanks. Valentina, are you on?
I think Dylan might have a comment though, before Valentina.
Let's see.
Hi, Carolyn. Sorry, it's like a side thing in the chat, but so Jennifer Nania's from a lot of work, but also the American Indian Suicide Prevention Work Group asked me if I could make a comment, and I guess I'm just going to do it real quick, if that's okay.
Please do.
Which is, so when I had presented on suicide statistics in January, I think we had shared this idea that suicide attempts would become a notifiable health condition. And I think I may have been a little bit misleading because there's actually ongoing rulemaking on this and an opportunity for public comment. It's not just about suicide attempts. There's like a major rewrite and revision to the rules that create what conditions are notifiable health conditions, and the public has opportunities to give input and feedback. I was involved in sort of some of the language that was drafted to suggest adding suicide attempts as a notifiable health condition, so I don't think it's really appropriate for me to make a recommendation one way or another, what types of comments people make or which people make comment. But I do think it's important that people who care about these rules and would be affected by them review them and give their feedback. So I put in the chat like a link to a website where they post all these rules, and you can get information where you can see the changes and information about how to submit public comment there. As it pertains to this group, I think it's just that the word suicide attempt would be added as a public notifiable health condition. And people are able to email me if they want to, I guess, understand more about the topic, and I'm happy to talk to people too. I know Jennifer's driving, but I know that there are some people who have, I think, good ideas, and I encourage other people who aren't DOH employees to maybe speak if they had thoughts about what the public might want to do. So I'll stop there. I'm sorry to interrupt this part of it. I just I wanted to honor what Jennifer asked about.
No, we very much appreciate that, Dylan. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, going back to our work groups. Valentina, are you on?
Yeah, I'm on. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. For the service member and veteran family working group, I've been on military orders since February, so I haven't had time to meet with the group. But we plan to meet in May, and so we'll have a better update on understanding of the group itself. So thank you. Unless there's Angelica or Robert or Jeremy who want to hop on and give a little update, because they've also been meeting.
All right, I don't see them come up. Valentina, thank you. Be safe.
Thank you.
All right, and our last work group, our LGBTQ plus. Abe, are you on?
Yeah. So I'm also running that work group. We met just a couple of days ago, actually. We just went over the Mitigating with Mental Health show that we are doing with some of our friends in the DOH. And we have Heal Plus New Mexico, High Desert Playback, CNM, Listen New Mexico, TGRC, all sponsoring some part of the event, which is really cool to get everybody involved. We're going to have resources, tabling, we're going to have zines, raffles. So it's going to be really cool. Free food, open to the public. It's May 7th from 5 to like 8:15, 8:30-ish. I put 8 on the flyer, but we're going to extend it a little bit for the raffle. You're not going to have to be present to win if you show up. So yeah, it's going to be really cool. So we were talking about that, and I was kind of just confirming some of the tabling partners that we got inside of that meeting. And then I also discussed, like, I like to open our meeting like, well, how's your mental health these days? Because it's only a couple of us. It's a really brief introduction. So I shared my mental health was kind of rocky just because of the statistics that Regina had shared, as well as I just went to this ASSIST Applied Suicide Intervention Skills training with Tony, which was a really good 2-day training. But it was intense, like some of the just holding the stories and the space and the vulnerability of some of the participants that were also in that training where it was incredible, but it was also kind of heavy, and it's something that's just gonna stay with me forever. But it was really beautiful. It was great training, so I definitely recommend it. But yeah, if you're interested in joining the LGBTQ plus suicide prevention work group, let me know. I'm not gonna have a meeting in May because I will be teaching that particular day. So we'll reconnect in June. But yeah, I think, let's see, that is it. Yeah. Oh, we do want to, some of our future agenda for the work group, we want to host a parent town hall. We're gonna see like what the needs are, because I've had some requests on like parent support groups for like queer kids. So I'm trying to like see what the need is and try to have some sort of town hall. And depending on what the need is, it's going to be related to mental health and suicide prevention, but see what some of that need is and what the conversation has to be. So we're going to hopefully also connect some of that with the youth work group, and kind of connect these two and do some sort of town hall. So yeah, that is it.
I would like
Thank you,
to
Abe.
mention something about Abraham, that you have really done an amazing job, Abraham, stepping into the roles on 2 work groups, and really making a difference. And I believe Carolyn sent out the flyer for your event with the announcement. So please do, reach out to Abraham if you have any questions. But I wanted to personally thank him for doing a lot of work, and my heart goes to you for carrying that heavy load. Make sure and practice some self-care, my friend.
Absolutely, for
And
sure.
and Carolyn, just real quick, there was Katrina asked a question on the chat about work groups, and I know you answered her, but just to put it out there for everybody, if there's a work group for survivors of suicide loss, I think that is an amazing idea. And so, again, reach out to us if that's something that you guys think would be a valuable resource. I know that, I've had uh, uh, friends and colleagues who have died by suicide, and certainly having a resource of where to go and how to something to think about.
Thank you, Paul. And also, Dr. Hilliard asked, do we need to be a veteran to be part of this work group? And no, you do not. If you have an interest, please contact me or Valentina or anybody. We'll get you in. Thank you very much for even offering. All right, so that's it for our work groups. Are there any announcements? All right, I don't see anyone's hand up right now. Now, please know, if you've got, oh, here we go. Susan.
Hi, I'm from Life Transition Meditation Center, and our mission is Veterans Meditation Retreats, and we have one that's fully funded for veterans, a day long in Las Cruces on May 16th. I can get if you go to our website, lifetransition.com, we've got the schedule and registration forms for that. We also have our 4-day coming up in the end of September, the 25th to the 28th. That takes place in Albuquerque. Registration is fastly filling up. So if you know veterans that need to, have some help with meditation skills, we've got that 4-day fully funded retreat in Albuquerque. So lifetransition.com for those things.
Thank you, Susan. And if anyone has a flyer, please send them to me and we'll get them out. Amy.
Yes, thank you. So we have an event coming up on May 22nd at the New Mexico Veterans Memorial, and it will be a panel with veterans and those who help veterans and a resource fair. So if you want to have a table at the event, please contact me and I'll send out a flyer. And it's basically just so that veterans can get more resources and get a little bit of, more idea of what Albuquerque has to offer them.
Great, thank you. Katrina.
Yes, so May 10th through the 13th, I will be traveling to Washington, D.C. With AFSP to advocate for suicide prevention before Congress. And so I didn't know with our advocacy work group or anything, if any of you had any advice for me whenever I go up there or anything that I might need to know or say or bring up.
I'm sure you'll be inundated.
I can put my email in the chat. That way, if anybody has any advice for me, that would be great.
Great. Okay. All right. Any others?
Jennifer suggested you bring up the need for increased crisis response funding. Amen to that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I think Susan has her hand up. Susan Pizano.
Sorry, that was from before. I don't know how to remove it. Thanks.
Oh. Okay.
No worries.
All right, Paul, I think we're ready for our wrap up.
We are, what an incredible meeting. And I apologize for the first part of the meeting, me being partially there. And I do appreciate everybody's dedication and, help with all of our efforts, all of our collective efforts. We're making a difference. I think as we've mentioned, the coalition has come so far. I started working with the coalition in 2019, and we have done amazing things from the time we started, and we continue to do it. And it's because of all of you. It's because of the work groups. It's because of what you're doing and it's because of the fact that you care and have a passion for this. So thank you for all you have done, and please continue all of your efforts. Don't forget that we have funding. If there are things that you want to do and you just don't know how to go about it or don't have the funds to do it, this is the opportunity. So thanks again for those who are stepping up into leadership roles. You're getting a coalition that has been doing some great things, and so my thanks go out to Carolyn and to Clary for all of their support. I know you guys are going to continue to be there, but you really got us to this point, and I wanted to thank you. So I appreciate everybody's hopping onto this meeting, and we'll see you in July, the fourth Friday in July, same time. A dear friend of mine is going to do a presentation, and she is a survivor of suicide law.
Oh, we lost Paul for a minute. And his friend is Mary Van Hoot, who will be giving her presentation on July 24th. Paul, are you still there? Well, I'd like to thank you all for joining us today. Take good care. Take care of your loved ones. We can't do this without you. So do take good care, and we'll see you in July. Bye-bye.